morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing amazing today. Plans. I have no idea. I'd planned on planning a lot of that last night, and after the past few streams, I was just completely brain dead. There was no thought happening. Like, I hit the couch and just completely went vegetative for like the whole evening. So, what are we doing? I don't know what these are anymore. Especially because we're changing the slime model. I don't remember what these were for. And I did not add additional information there. Well, let's do this. Old name. Okay, so next time I need a new task, I'll replace this one. And if at some point I can remember what this was for. Oh, no, I do remember it. No, I do remember it. Oops. Oops. Hey there, High Queen Jean. Welcome back. How have you been? Now I should add a comment here, so next time I'm reading this, I actually know what the... Also, let me get stream music on before I forget again. There we go. Good. You have your Fiverr logistics. What does that mean? You figured out who you're using on Fiverr, or you've got your own Fiverr set up now, or what? All right. Need to allow slime size to reach full or what? Slime to full size during or after spawn state. Slash before or during run state. Okay. I will now know what that means next time. Here, if a slime has been damaged, gradually fill it. As it runs toward on. There we go. Okay. remember what those mean. And I think that's probably going to be what we do today, since I would like to have a lighter stream today. The conjoined twins, the one date. Okay. 300, 150 background characters, $100 restaurant, $100 Times Square, 3-minute animation, 250, 300 to 600, depending on what happens in the animation. Approximately 1350, 50 to 16. I'll be real, I did not understand a lot of what just happened. There was a lot of words there that didn't quite make their way into sentences. I'm sorry. It's not hard. I disagree. Parsing that was quite difficult, and I failed. I'm sorry. The total for my episode. But what do you mean episode? Episodes are not on Fiverr. Fiverr is a freelancing website. I'm so confused. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's do startup. Clearly, my brain is still not putting things together. We'll do startup. I have my own cartoon, and this is the price it will cost to make that first episode. Oh! Okay. Yeah, so that's why I was asking, is this like you figured out who you want to hire, or is this you've posted stuff on Fiverr? That's why I asked that. Okay. So now I got it. Now I got it. You figured out what freelancers you want to use / employ for this, and that's the pricing you've come out with for an episode of a cartoon. Very, very cool. And for a 3 to 5 minute cartoon, that sounds pretty reasonable. I would say borderline cheap. For that length of a cartoon, that's really good. So good job. I'm so proud of you. You'll have to keep us updated and let us know like how it's going dealing with Fiverr people. Like I've had varying degrees of success with various Fiverr people. And so it's always interesting to see how that ends up playing out. But a thing to keep in mind, I would say, unless you've gotten very lucky, assume up to 50% of your current calculated budget is going to be thrown away. And I know you do not want to hear that. That's sort of the pitfall of Fiverr or any sort of freelancing site like that. His profile was a level 2 star, good reviews, and explain. It's not, so you should look up the requirements for getting to 2-star, and it's not as high as you think. I think I looked it up at one point, and it was only having 10 successful sales, which that's not huge. Now, getting to, like, if you're earnestly trying, it's going to feel like 10 is a lot to get. But from a buyer perspective, 10 isn't much. Sir? Sir. That was not a cave, sir. You were trapped inside rock. I don't even want to hear how you got there. Something is wrong with you, sir. What? What? Sword in the rock. Yep. Yep, that's what that is. 125 reviews? Okay, then you're probably dealing with didn't even say that. So getting reviews, if you're not being honest about it, is not hard. What and what do you mean 50% is thrown away? I mean, unless you've gotten very lucky in your selection, so in my case, I was using multiple freelancers. And about half of what I got was garbage. And so what happened is about 50% of the freelancers, this is an oversimplification, but in total, 50% of what my initial estimate was, I had to spend additionally on top of the initial. So basically 150% of my initial projection, what I had to spend in total, hiring new people to fix what the original set had messed up, or what, some of the original set had messed up. And of course, when I say that 50%, I'm talking like over the course of multiple iterations. So, I would reach out to, let's say, 10 freelancers. And these are just random numbers. These are not the actual number of people I worked with. Let's say I hired 10 freelancers to work on a project. Then 4 of them gave me absolute garbage. But the price was low enough, and they were technically delivering what I asked for. It was just really, really low quality. And so 40% of the initial budget was dead right there. Okay. So then I hired, let's say, 4 more to fix what those 4 didn't deliver what I needed. And then of those 4, one of those 4 didn't deliver properly what I needed. Okay, so that's another 10% of the initial budget that was throwaway. So finally, in a third round, I got another freelancer to replace what that one didn't do properly, and end of the day, 50% extra what the initial estimate was. I think I'll break it up into pieces and have him create each thing one at a time so I can see if he makes what I want. For example, the characters first. Good call. Very, very good call. Anytime you are in business dealings with someone new or a new company, just new anything, always have an initial project that is on the cheap side, so that you can see what their quality of work is. Because you don't want to invest something like $1,500 in a big project, and then at the end of like that, the freelancer or the company or whatever goes away for a month to create your product. They come back, say, here you go. They already have your money. And maybe the thing they deliver to you, it, to the letter of the request, it meets what you asked for, but it's crap. Well, now you're out $1,500. So yes, very, very, very wise decision to start with a small project. And like I said, if whether it's freelancing, whether it's contracting out to, or like a contractor, a lot of people will find a contractor or hire a contractor based on recommendations from a friend, and they'll hire that contractor, meaning like a building or remodeling contractor, and they'll have this person remodel their home, and the person comes in and just does awful work, and they're out all that money, and their home is messed up. So like, not only do they still need the work done that they wanted, but now they have a more pressing concern of their whatever area has been downgraded effectively while costing them all that money. So like, if I were needing a contractor right now, I would hire one for a very small project. Maybe replace a bathroom cabinet or something really small. That way I can figure out, okay, how much time does it take them for something smaller? What's the cost? What's their quality of work? All that stuff for a much smaller price. Now, I'm spending money to get that information because nothing's free. Whether it's information, whether it's a product, whether it's a service, nothing is free. So you're paying not really for that service initially, you're paying for that information. Also, good morning, Still Needs Work. How's it going? And paying for that, while annoying at the start, is going to save you in the long run. This is Wuthering Waves. It is a gacha game similar to Genshin Impact. And I'm gonna run these tacit domains. Got a double rewards event going on. Of the gacha games out there right now, I would say this is probably the most free-to-play friendly that exists. That said, there's a new one on the horizon that, if the initial leaks and interviews and all that stuff is correct, is going to be more free-to-play friendly. Watering Waves? No, Wuthering. WTH. Or WUTH. There we go. Spelling. I can do that. Thank you, Still Needs Work. Yeah, the new one is, what is it called? All of these games have just awful names to try and remember what they, like, what the name is compared to what the game is. Get the rotation going. There we go. So much better. Yeah, I'm like in the middle of fighting and like, how do I spell? How do I do this? Ah! Yeah, once I finish up the 3 tacit runs. I will figure out what the name of that new one is. I signed up for the early registration, so if we get in, I'll check it out for you guys. And for myself, of course. I'm a little curious. There's one character in particular that there's already been released in the like testing builds that people are being invited to. That can just fly around and shoot projectiles, which seems kind of wild for a game like this. Okay, hold on. Let's get healed up. All right, last one. How do I force it to do the big AoE version? I don't understand. Don't understand how how do I use Zhezhe? Yeah, I know how to do the aerial version of that. That's easy. All right, roll out it. Finish this off. There we go. Let's see. Still needs work telling us. So in that Lost Judgment game, they put in the ability of magic in it, the use of extracts that release lightning or fireballs, like a lightning. Also have combat with different styles of kung fu based on different animals. Woo! Interesting. Yeah, I need to check, wait, where's... No, I don't want to fight. Leave me alone. I was just trying to heal. Red book. Got it. Inner podcast we finished a couple days ago. Let's see. Startup's been long enough. Plus, there's only one new race unlocked, so Anything else I'm forgetting? Doesn't look like. Good trophy. Trophy, yes. They call them trophies in this game. It's kind of odd that everyone's just accepted the only two words for that concept are trophy or achievement. I'm ready for a game to start branching out and be like, I'm gonna call mine accolades. I know there are a couple games out there that use the term accolades, but that's very rare. What was that new game called? New Genshin Light. Oh, nope. I saw a video where someone just... Oh, I think this is it. Why isn't the name there? Ah. Okay, someone described it as new game Genshin plus Warframe, which is I think a terrible description. Duet Night Abyss. There we go. Woo! These names, guys. Like Genshin Impact, that name means nothing to anyone. Then you've got games like Zenless Zone Zero. Well, at least it's memorable. Doesn't tell me a whole lot about your game. Wuthering Waves. What does that mean? And finally, Duet Night Abyss. Let's see. What was the character's name that I thought was interesting? Okay, let's see Namu Wiki. Pictures. There we go. Here's our main character. Per usual in all of these games, there's a boy and a girl version. I was reading something that suggested that you play as both of them, but that also may just be a bad translation. But no stat. Go. What's kind of interesting in this game is you only play one character, which is really weird for a gacha game. If you're not familiar with gacha games, all of them you are playing with a minimum of 3 characters at a time. Like you saw me playing Wuthering Waves just now, and big part of the combat is switching between characters actively. This game, you only control one. And I'll just be scrolling through the characters as we talk. And normally get to switch those. So this one, you cannot switch mid-combat at all. However, you can, quote, summon 2 additional characters that come with you. And they function kind of like pets in other games. My understanding is you will also build those characters. You say that could be boring. This game has a lot more mechanics on each individual character than the other gacha games out there. For example, when you are playing a character, you will also equip a melee weapon that has its own unique moveset separate from whatever the character's skills and ultimate are. You'll also equip a ranged weapon. So you can have this little girl who rides a giant pig for her ultimate. You can venture around with her. She can pull out a flamethrower 1 second and then a giant scythe the next. Or maybe you prefer, I don't know if this is in the game, I haven't checked on all the different weapon types, but let's say dual wielding swords. Well, she can dual wield swords. Any character can use any of the weapons from what I've seen so far. Now, again, it's early days, so all of that is subject to change. This game is not out yet for general public. It's only been used by Like, you know how within various gaming communities, the big content creators get invited to test builds of games? That's where this is right now. When is it releasing? I don't think we have a release date yet, but I'll check on that in just a second. Is Flora the character that I saw that was... No. I think so. Maybe it was Flora. Oh no, this is it. Psyche. So Psyche here has the most unique called Namu. No. Namu is just the name of this wiki. The game is called I just looked it up. Duet Night Abyss. Okay, and there's all the characters. Duet Night Abyss. Like, let's see if we can get a video. I don't want to go through all the characters. Like tech showcase, that's 10 minutes. I don't need 10 minutes. Okay, so this is the character, and here is, I guess, okay, so here's her base gameplay with her signature weapon. But again, from what I understand, you can switch out your weapons whenever. And then she has her ultimate where she can just fly around freely while shooting projectiles. And that video was so short. Oh, and this is from Duet Night Abyss. Duet Night Abyss, you need to give me better videos, please. I'm trying to show off your game. Help me show off your game. It's already in beta, so maybe it will release soon. Yeah, but there's no telling how long beta phases last. Duet Night Abyss. Please. Yeah, so the beta invites went out and beta started 3 days ago. Yeah, so Pocket Tactics, I'm pretty sure that's going to be AI generated. So if the answer of release date existed out there on the internet somewhere, this probably would have found it. Yeah, so, and it's not, it's weird to call it beta because this is really early access. Like, they're calling it a closed beta test, which I guess it is, but they're not, I don't believe they're trying to test game systems. I'm guessing at this point they're testing things like network and performance. And some early feedback they've gotten is that performance is really bad. So I suspect that's where their efforts are right now. But the fact that they haven't given a release date, I think is very, very smart. When you're at this phase of testing, so many companies will be pushed by publishers to give a release date, which is a huge mistake since you don't know what's going to shake loose in an early access like this. And like the performance issues, they're saying there's no telling how complex the root problem there is. It could be a matter of a simple memory leak somewhere. It could be that their culling algorithm needs improving, which if the culling algorithm needs improving, that could be, you know, tweaking some parameters, or it could be starting from scratch. There's no telling. So I have gotten to the point where I think any sort of public statement about release dates is foolhardy. Unless it's so far out that there's no way you're not going to meet it. And from the perspective of a consumer of these products, what's more interesting / exciting for me? That do I prefer seeing a release date, it gets closer to that release date, and then I see it pushed out? Or I hear about a release date, and then I get a news update. Oh, they're going to release a week early. Cool. Honestly, though, because of how advertising and stuff works, you probably don't. I shouldn't say that. I don't know. My suspicion is you don't want to change release dates. I think changing release dates, either reining them in or pushing them back, is probably bad from a marketing perspective. That's my guess, but I've never been in this industry before, so I have no idea. But other cool things in this game, like here, showing off, you can customize the color palettes for your weapons. You can add little accessories to characters, like giving them little hats and stuff, or pins and whatnot. Like on the 3D model and show up in game. There's some sort of system that I haven't seen a ton of details on, where you can collect these little creatures that are like Pokemon. And you can summon them, they have passive effects, so they're part of your kit. You've also got this game's equivalent of an artifact system. It's your equipment. And all of the early access stuff I've seen says that the stats are not randomized. Now, which one of these you get is randomized, but like once you acquire the one you want, the stats are fixed. There's no guesswork. Which, for any of you who've been watching the channel for any amount of time, you've seen me absolutely bellyache over RNG in these games with gear. Because you'll farm for a month, find 2 pieces that might be good. You decide to raise them, and then RNG says, no, I'm rolling 5 times into defense. Now, aesthetically, I don't love this game. The issue I have is the style of each character is, to me, feels a bit all over the place. Like you've got fantasy characters, clear fantasy characters, medieval fantasy, standing right next to super futuristic high-tech characters. I don't care for that. But if Psych Flying Lady, her kit is sufficiently fun to play, I will definitely have to try this game. This is the kind of game, because you only are controlling one character, if I can find a character that I sufficiently enjoy, oh yeah, this is, I'm gonna have to like drop another game to add this to the rotation. Really wanted a better video showing this off. Because that video from the developers was pretty awful. 3 minutes. Surely we'll find something here. Thank you, Silver Price. Okay. So, aesthetically, I'm not super hyped about the look of this character. Sundress, tube top, plus spikes. I heard you like spikes, bro. Signature weapon is a scythe. But supposedly I can swap that out and I just don't have to care about that. Or, you know, I can decide to just run around with a bow. But here's her ultimate. And she can just fly around up in the sky while fighting people at ranged. It's not clear to me how long that lasts, though. Because I've seen videos like this one where it lasted just a few seconds. See that again. How long was that? Okay, come on, come on. Here we go. So animation finishes. We're still not moving yet. Okay, we just started moving at 1 minute 10 seconds. Okay. Flies around, shoots projectiles. When does she land? Okay. So let's say somewhere between 6 and 7 seconds. This isn't on Steam or Epic? Nope. They haven't released anywhere yet. You can only download from their site if you are accepted into early access. So here I see it lasted, let's call it 6 seconds. I've seen other videos where it seems to last like 20 seconds. And what I don't know is this like different test versions? Okay, here's another one. The more energy that you have, the longer the ultimate will be. So let's see. How long is this one going to be? Okay, we start moving at 1:51. Let's subtract a second. 9, so that was only 8 seconds. We get an example that's longer? No? Okay. Yeah, so we'll see how enjoyable she is to play whenever that comes out. But that, like, the fact that they have a character that controls so much differently and has such different movement than all their other characters tells me that this is a game and a development studio that is going to experiment with a much wider variety of kits for their characters. And that was way longer than I meant to spend on startup and discussing games, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, but if you're interested, go sign up. Maybe you'll get lucky and get into the early access. Let me see if I was accepted. Probably not, but we'll see. Let's see. Sorry guys, checking phone email. Don't see anything there. Search. Phone. You need to give me a keyboard, please. Early. Nope. I got an announcement about Albion Online having an early access for Europe. Don't know why I got that, but cool. Anyway. Yeah, let's just take on these. I want an easy stream today. I'm actually curious. What has my streaming schedule been the past few days? Yeah. Almost 13 hours on camera in 2 days. No wonder I'm like beat. All right. Fix slime size during run, fix color during run. Okay. So the size might have a different fix than the color. I think I know how I'm going to do size. And I'm going to have to implement a new concept of a queued state. Oh, the scanning files. It would be nice if there were an easy way to manage this, because this long scan time is all due to the assets folder. But if I tell it not to scan those, then I can't even try to access them in the editor at a later time. Which I'd love to be able to exclude a directory and then have just a file dialog that I can use to manually select a file to import. That'd be great. Maybe that's what I should be using my custom fork of Godot for. Just fixing that. Okay. Oh wait, it's not run, it's run. Only exists on enemy base. Good. If state is death, turn false. Fine. Welcome back. So, if I've been told to run somewhere, stop all timer. That still makes sense, I think. Set collision to false. Character is spawning, but it's been told to run. Yeah, I think it's okay to make it invincible. And to, like, disable collision. Setting the run destination is fine. Here is where the problem is. Okay. If self.state equal to enemy.state.spawn, then do something that we'll figure out. Else set the state to run. And I might expand this in the future. I could see there being situations where I'm in a state. Did you get in the beta? No, I did not. But I only signed up, like I only registered yesterday. So, first off, the invites for this beta, I'm guessing were like to specific content creators, and I am far from a known content creator. If there's a round after this, because a lot of times the pre-registration is just there so you're on the mailing list. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to have another test round or early access. If they do have another early access, that's probably when I might have a chance of getting in, if it even happens. Okay. If we're in any other states other than those two, go ahead and update the state. Turn true. If we are in the spawn state, what do I need to add a concept of a queued state? So let the spawn state play out, and once it finishes, move on to what the run state. Up here in my property. Let's put it right before our state declaration. Our queued. Okay. Initialize it to null. I think is good. Or do I add a none state? I could try adding a none here. Yeah, let's do that. I like that. Beautiful. Now, when we run, if we're currently in the spawn state, self.queued state equal to state dot run. Beautiful. Okay. So now, state machine's just going to run as is. Now, what are the different ways that a state ends? So when the animation finishes, that's one way a state ends. The other way is a new state being triggered. Okay, I can add handling to both of these. The new state version, I don't think I want used, but I'll add it in there just as a safety measure. And for now, I'll put an assert false in there, so if it gets hit at some point in future development, I'll know what's going on. Let me make a note of that real quick. Not coding that right this second. For state set, add assert false if there is queued think so. Animation is finished. If the death state that's finished, I don't care what the queued state is. If jump state a little tricky. So spawn state, if there's a queued state, I want to use it. Just add some notes here. Add queued. If we're in the jump state, mid jump, and something is said, queue me up, boys. Think. Yeah, I want to be able to queue states during jump as well. Let me make an error here, just so I can see it on the right side where that is. There we go. Are uninterruptible states is some array of state dot spawn not entirely true. Add a note. Death can still interrupt. Or do I let death you as well? Let's do that. So I don't want to interrupt jump or spawn or death. Okay. This looks prettier. Don't love how massive this class has become, but look through states to see if there's any others. Okay, I'm in the middle of spawning. Idle, definitely interruptible. Watching. So I'm just sitting there looking around, definitely interruptible. Chase, yes. Wonder, yes. Jump, don't interrupt that. There's some messy stuff that might happen there. Run, is that interruptible? I guess it's interruptible. I guess in theory, I could have a run state that's interruptible. Okay. Death, definitely not. Status 1 and 2. Sure. Like, basically, when I ask the question, is it interruptible? The question is really, if the character dies while in this state, do I want them to die immediately? And the answer to most of these is going to be yes. Let's see, if they're in the middle of any of the attacks, yeah, let them die. Or if they're told, go run to somewhere in the middle of a state, are they allowed to be interrupted? Prep 1, prep 2. Yeah, no problem there. One thing I should add. And the none state is probably just going to error. All right. Let me add a note of that so I don't forget to implement it. For none state error. Should definitely not be hitting that state. Okay. Those three are good for now. Let me get to run to and die to figure those out. If self.state not in self.uninterruptible. Do that. else. Self dot state. And the thing I will need to be careful of is make sure I never rely on a queued state. When, like, I need to make sure I never put a continuous state into the uninterruptible state. For example, if I put chase here, the enemy wouldn't be able to die. And I want to duplicate, because if we're dying, like, if I should be dead right now, but I'm uninterruptible, then check the hitbox shape. If the hitbox shape still exists, set it to disabled deferred. And a reminder here, guys, deferred just means until the next tick, basically. Just when it's not blocked by something else, which happens about once every 0.016 seconds, roughly. So deferred does not mean long time by any means. Okay, so if we're supposed to die, not only is collision stopped, but also the hitboxes. And I probably should have done that a while ago, because that's irrelevant to this change. It should have been there. Okay. Self.queuedState is equal to that. Beautiful. Okay, so if I die mid-jump or mid-spawn, disable collision, but let those states. I'll have to figure out the on animation and stuff. Okay. And the run, I need the same sort of pattern. A run 2. Run 2. Gorgeous, baby. Gorgeous. Now, if our state is not in the uninterrupted, oh, let me reverse these. Okay. If we're not uninterruptible, go ahead and set the state. We are uninterruptible. Queue it up. In either of those cases, return true, because I'll want this tracked for things like the puddle growth. A question. That makes sense. Okay. Next, I am trying to set the state I guess I need to figure out how I'm going to handle setting the state from the queue before I do this. Or I may need to set them together. Let's write some pseudocode. That'll help me. Set state. State end. Okay, so if you queued question is, am I queued? Okay, no change in those cases. Error. I have a state. Why? Okay. Or do I empty the queue first? So if I apply the queued state, then at that moment, new state and the queued state are equal. Okay, so if do that, equals current. Yes. DQ. No. Okay, so that's one option. However, if I go with this flow, there's a problem. Problem is, what happens if I want to queue a state? What happens if I want to queue a state that is the same as the current state? For example, currently jumping, and I want to queue a jump to immediately trigger the moment that jump is finished. I shouldn't cut off this as an option for myself. And here's a question. Do I want to just go ahead and allow multiple queued states? Or do I only allow one thing to queue? Right now, the only things that are going to queue are death and run. I don't think I want to allow multiple queued states. I could see getting into a weird problem. Like, let's say I queue up a whole bunch of jumps, and then my character tries to die, and So I queue the death state, but it has to play out like 5 jumps before it's allowed to die. I don't like that. Okay, so the state queue is only one long. So queued state is just a single value, no array. Makes sense. That I think this is safe. I like that. So let's go ahead and implement this part next. If value equal to self.queue equal to enemy state none. That's kosher. So we've set a new state. If they're the same, just squash it. The ways this might come about is what? If I've queued up a jump and then something else says, oh, you need to jump right now, just accelerate into the jump state. Great. Or skip into the jump state before when you would naturally apply the queue. Fine. For death, it shouldn't ever happen, but obviously death state can only happen once. I think that's good. If value, oh nope, if self dot 8 not equal to enemy dot state dot none. So if we have a queued state and we're setting a state, what happened? Hey there, Ohujo. How's it going? So we have some sort of state that's queued that needs to be set, but we're inserting a state before it. I can see 2 different possible solutions. Go back to our pseudocode. So the if no error two options. One. The first option is just blow up. Error all over the place and yell at the user or developer. Option 2, I could set this up You're doing fine working. Also watching today's speedrun techniques for digging a whole game. That's insane. Nice. I'm doing pretty good. Taking it easy today. Just working on fixing some stuff with some state changes I'm not happy with. Like the death state. It's interrupting some stuff that I don't want it to interrupt. But we're fixing it. So the next option is what? If queued state is uninterrupted, apply queued else by queue state. And I would queue the new state. So, as an example, if I'm currently spawning let's say I've queued up a jump. That's not right. So the hypothetical is I've queued up a jump, but I'm trying to set death right now. I don't want the queued state to happen in that case. Okay, so this is wrong. Alternatively, if I have something like death and I'm trying to set something else. So I have death queue, but I have a new state being set. I don't want anything to happen in that case. I want to wait for the queue to happen. This is tricky. This is very, very tricky. I'm like, this is a much simpler solution. Alternatively, I almost want to have priorities, which is a little weird. Right? Like, death is going to be top priority because it should be able to overwrite anything. Let me just get out of that context and just think isolated. New state happen. Okay. With dude state present. Okay. What needs to happen? Are there any states other than death that have a higher priority? Okay. I don't think so. I think death is a special case. Okay. Narrative case. What happened? So let's use the example of let's say I have two uninterruptible states. If my new state is, let's say, jump, and my queued state is actually, I don't think I care about the uninterruptible status of a queued state. I don't think I care. Because the state hasn't happened yet, and something is coming in saying, here's my new state. Do I care about the uninterruptible status of the new state? So I'm currently in, let's say, chase, and jump is coming in. But I have, let's say, teleport queue. What should happen? What takes priority? Because I can see two versions of this. One is I say, oh, this state has been waiting, so let's do that. Alternatively, it should just overwrite the old one. Let's overwrite. If I'm saying, nope, here's the new state, I should not care what was... Oh, wait. There is more than just the death state that matters here. If I'm in run, if I've queued up run, I need that to happen. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so death and run are special case. Okay. Can I put this in the resource file? Try. Fonts. Does work. Nice. Okay, what are... Let's move it. Let's actually move it into there. Okay. Uninterruptible states. Nice. Step along. I mean, the way I actually want to do it is something like that. Maybe. Okay. Now, fonts. Priority state. What takes priority? Run and death. I thought that's how that should be done. let's rethink this. If they're the same, great. Go ahead and get rid of the Q, leave the value alone, play out per usual. If we have some queued state, something, we're going to do a little shuffling. First off, if our current state in uninterruptible states, so if the current thing we're in is uninterruptible, hold on. This logic needs to be elsewhere. I think that might need to be the first check. So we're trying to set a state, but our current state is uninterruptible. Current state is uninterruptible. Maybe I just handle the queuing here. Hold on. That would simplify things a lot. Okay. Yeah, let's just handle queuing up in the set. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so ignore that. Let's run to... I also need to check out die. Yeah, that's unnecessary. We'll figure out what to do there afterward. Goes up there. Okay. If our current state is uninterruptible, what happens? The first thing I want to do is say, all right, queued state equal to value. The first thing. Or like that's the main thing that should be happening. If that happens, return. Don't do anything. Okay. But what if there is a queued state already? If self.state in priority state. Let's do the affirmative first. That's usually simpler. So if the queued state is a priority, no, I feel like I'm going about this the wrong way. Something off. Start again. So my current state is uninterruptible. Cool. Hello there, Chompy Lurker. Glad you could join us. I know it's super late for you. Make sure you're getting your rest. If health.state, don't want to interrupt what I'm doing. What's the first thing that matters? The new incoming state in theory, I need to queue it. Okay, so there's two things that matter here. First, is the new state a priority? If the new state is a priority, I need to queue it. Like, absolutely must queue the state. Okay. If value in enemy dot priority state. So if the new thing is a priority, queue it immediately. Okay. The new thing coming in is a priority, queue it. Death is always going to be a special state. So if I've been told to run, and then something else tells me to die, what happens? So like, I'm currently jumping. I've been told run somewhere. And then something else says to die. Go ahead and queue it. Replace the run is fine. Okay, so the new thing coming in is a priority. Queue it up. And get out of here. Okay. If self.queued state. So if the queued state is a priority, we do nothing. it's not in enemy dot priority, what happens? So we have something queued like chase, and a new command comes in that says jump. There's some simplifying I can do down here. Okay, let me reset. I got distracted there. Currently, we're uninterruptible, and we have something queued. Or let's first go. If this is, we don't have something queued, so we're in the none state is queued. Not going to be there. What happens? Go ahead and queue it. Self actually just this. So if we're in the none state, queue up the next. If the queued state is something like chase, so what could be happening here? I'm currently jumping. I've been told after the jump you need to chase, but a new command comes in that says jump instead. Replace the chase with jump, return out of here. Okay, so this is solid. Okay, now let's check the inverse of this. Do I actually want to do nothing in that case? So, if my current state is uninterruptible, and the value, new state coming in, is not a priority, new state is not a priority, what happens? So new state is not a priority, but the queued state is a priority. Nothing happens. But there is one change. There. Because if my current state is uninterruptible, don't actually change my current state. I think the queuing behavior is this block, and we're good to go. If okay, so we've handled queuing. Awesome. Now We're coming in, we're setting a new state. If it's the same as the queued state, because I need to handle both squashing of states and the case of just applying the queue from outside. Because if I have a queued state, I'm going to implement this elsewhere that I want to set, it's going to come in here and be the same. Here's a ooh. I might have a problem here. Hold on. So I'm currently in the run state. I think the problem comes about if I'm currently in the run state and something says to die. So I'm in the run state, which is uninterruptible, right? Double check. No. Run is not uninterrupted. Let's go through all my uninterruptible states just to see what happens. First off, spawn state, okay? If the new value is a priority while I'm spawning, so something like run. So run or death happens while I'm spawning. Queue it, return out of here. If we have a queue state, and it's not a priority, then it doesn't matter. Go ahead and overwrite. Okay, so spawn. We have some queued state. Not a priority. Uh-oh. So when the spawn state naturally ends, this is where the problem is. So the spawn state is ending. What happens? Spawn is uninterruptible. So I'm not allowed to set the state. That's not going to work. This needs to go up higher. This is funky. in an uninterruptible state. But I need the uninterruptible state to end. How do I do that? Because right now, the spawn state will just never end. It can't. So how do I tell it it's okay? For that matter, what about the run state? Because I need the slimes to run to a spot and then die. I think I need to move this into a set function. Yeah. I think I needed to change this design a bit. Just a bit. How am I doing that? First, make it private. Okay. Now, state has ended. That's a bool and default to false. Okay. That is going to be messy to refactor. That's odd. What platform is that? On Twitch. Sorry guys, I just got a weird alert. Oh, it's... yeah, okay, got it. Sorry. Got distracted by the weird alert, but we're fine. Where was I? First thing I care about. If fate has ended, something else, do something else. Some of the new 5090 cards from Nvidia are frying people's motherboards. Ooh. That actually makes tons of sense. This is going to happen more and more as specifically graphics cards become more powerful, because graphics cards are accelerating way, way faster than anything else, or at least have for the past several years. And I suspect there's going to be a limit on CPUs as well for this. So let's take a look at something. 10 GTX 1080 power draw. Guess they're catching on fire, some of them. I don't think that's surprising. So let's look at something. Just for funsies. Okay. 1080 requires 180 watts. Okay. Now 2080. To 15 watts. Are you noticing a trend yet? I think you should be noticing a trend. Oh, hey! They didn't pop up any higher on this rev. That's cool. Assuming the AI's answer is correct, by the way. And since we're just sort of looking at trends, I'm going to just assume AI is okay on this. Okay. Well, some of that was at idle, right? Not at full game. So listed power draw should be maximum. It should not go over the listed power draw. Now you said the 5090 is frying cards. Okay, let's check out the 5090. Oh! Oh! Oh, God! Out of curiosity, let's check out the 4090. Okay. So, following the 80 series, we've had steady growth. Awesome. From 4090 to 5090, it's doubled what the max draw is going to be. Would think they have temp monitor on that. So the issue is not the temperature of the graphics card, right? because we're not dealing with the graphic card frying itself, we're dealing with it frying the motherboard. So the thing that needs to be monitoring your PCI Express port is the motherboard. The issue here is it's trying to pump too much power through the PCI Express port. And in theory, the motherboard should be smart enough to say, "Stop! I can't handle this." So let's see. Max power draw through PCIe slot. Well, that can't be right. Right? Wait, it fries itself too? Yeah, no, that's a problem on Nvidia's side then. But it's worth noting, we've figured out where the problem is. And for those who don't know what watts is, that is power. And any power draw that occurs eventually turns into heat. Or not even eventually, like it almost immediately is turned into heat. So the heat generation of a 5090 is double that of a 4090. And I'm trying to double check on my statement there. Is there any way that the power draw doesn't turn into heat? No. The power draw necessarily turns into heat. Some of that heat is generated by the chips. Some of that is generated by the fans. Yeah, this is going to turn into heat. So it's double the heat generation. And it's worth noting, this is not just extra heat on the tail end. Picture. You've got okay, so we're gonna say this is your motherboard, MOBO. Okay, and on your MOBO, you've got a slot, and where this slot is on your motherboard is going to be different per person, per board. This is your PCI Express port. Raiders? I got no notification of Raiders. What are you talking about? Did we get raided? Got raided? When? There's literally no notification on my screen about it. Okay, well, thank you. I don't know why Twitch isn't telling me about you, but hello! Hey Twitch, get your act together. Well, hi everyone. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, still didn't get the notification. In any case, this doesn't make any sense. How is... What MOBO slot does GTX 5090 use? Okay. Max power. A high-powered graphics card can draw up to that. Huh? To handle this increased power demand, PCI 5 utilizes the new blah 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 connector, which can deliver up to 100. Okay, so I don't know how to answer this. Maybe it has capacitors that are storing power. No, that's not. I don't believe so. Do graphics cards store power with capacitor? What does AI say? Yes, capacitors are used in computer power supplies, including those that power graphics. That's not what I asked. Yeah, no, as far as I know, they don't do that. Capacitors are used for storing little bits of power that you need to discharge very rapidly. Or I shouldn't say rapidly, but you need to have like a spike of power for a very specific thing. But it's not something that you would use to store power for heavy load. So if you needed more power for running a high resolution video game, capacitors are not your answer for that, because capacitors discharge extremely fast. I don't know if you've ever seen a capacitor discharge, and they can be slowed down, but for every little bit you slow down a capacitor's discharge, you dramatically reduce the amount of power you get out of it. But if the bus can only bring in 600 watts, then how can it get to 901? I think that the AI answer is lying. Does GTX 5090... actually, let's just look at this. GTX 5090... I just want to see the graphics card. That'll tell me a lot. Because it might be that it has its own separate power line. If it does, that's interesting. Like, my graphics card does not have that in my desktop. Stop showing me pretty graphics. I just want to see components. Addicts? Oh. If I could just get like a 3D model of it, that would tell me too. Like, I literally just need to, oh, so a plug directly to the power supply. That's what I'm thinking. So either AI is lying to us, which is very likely, or it has its own power line to the PSU. Talk to me. Can I see pictures? Dude, this graphics card looks funky. Also. Whoa. That costs more than twice as much as my desktop did when I bought it brand new. That's cheap. Oh yeah, super cheap. Super duper cheap. Need to just see images. Newegg might have something for me. Hold on. I want to answer this question. And I know I need to be working, but let's just pretend this is a break. It does. Right there. That's what that part is. So it has an extra port for the power supply, or extra input from the power supply. So interesting. Yeah, this means in theory it can go as high as it wants. Let me see the 4090. I'm wondering how long that's been a thing. Oh, well, that answers that for us. The fact that it comes with a power cable tells me that, yep. Need a big power supply for that card then? Certainly. But I don't think the 80 line does that. So 5080 Newegg. See something. Now, I haven't purchased a graphics card since my 1080, so like I'm so out of date on the latest specs. So it may just be that my knowledge is too out of date to know what's going on. Have power port. Yes, right there. Okay, so maybe this is just the new standard because the cards are requiring so much more. I don't think my 1080 has a port for that, but let me see. Maybe it's been so long since I built it, I just don't remember. Look like it. Oh. No, I'm just misremembering then. Okay. Well, there's your answer, how it's getting more power. How have I forgotten that? I don't know how I've forgotten that. But then again, let's see, when did the 1080 come out? And I got it about a year after it came out. Okay, so that's why I don't remember. It's been 8 years, people. It's been 8 years. Let's get back to work. Woo! So, if the current state has ended, what happens? I think basically just want to do this, ignore if the state is uninterruptible. So I know if the state has not ended, then I need this. So we're in the middle of doing something. Do our queuing goo. If the state has ended, there's no such thing as an uninterruptible state that has already ended, because done. It can't be, like, the ship has sailed on trying to interrupt it. So I definitely don't want to return here. At the very least, I don't want to return. Okay. The new value. At the end of the state, I should consider my current state being none. Now, let's say I have a queued state and I have a value coming in. What happens? If self.queued state in enemy.priority states, something happens. I have a queued state that is a priority, but what if the incoming state is a priority? So if they're both priorities, then all I care about is the setting state. Right? No. Nope, because if my queued state is death, and then something says to run, I should not. Wait. I'm out. What are my priority states again? If state has I could specifically handle death separately. If And this can be simplified. So if I've queued up death, just do that. Tell it. Something. Then something happens. Okay. So first off, if the thing I have queued is death, that's all that matters. Okay. Next. If value in enemy dots priority state. If the value is priority, what happens? Then just DQ whatever's going on. But we've got a new state in. DQ'd. Great. And this actually simplifies my logic down here as well. Okay. State has ended. Hold on. Hold on, this isn't quite right. If value is a priority. Wait, no, that's right. Okay. So now, my queued state was not death. My value is not a priority. Next condition I care about. If the next condition is going to be, I think, if the queued state is a priority. Yes. If the queued state is a priority, value is equal to state and DQ. I should probably DQ there as well. I might be DQing in all of these. Okay, so my queued state. Okay. Queued state is not death. Value is not a priority. If queued state is a priority, but I'm trying to set a non-priority thing. Instead, do the priority thing. Do I queue the non-priority thing? I think yes. I think I want to do this. I'm just shuffling these around. Take the incoming value, set it to temp. That way I can set the value to what I care about, and then put that temp value into the behind the priority thing. Let me just double check that with one of my states real quick. So death has been queued, and I say I want to chase. Or it's a run is in there. So I tell it run to a spot, and I've queued up. Let's not use chase as an example. Let's use jump as an example. So after you get to the location, go ahead and do the jump. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, so now, not death. Value is not a priority. Queued is not a priority, so we're just in the else state. So nothing's a priority. What happened? I think in this case, nothing. Every time you say chase, I think bank. I get that. I think all I want to do in that case is DQ. Cool. What was going on here? If value is priority or here. So priority value, what I'm trying to remember what this was for. I think this goes away. Okay. So now, just let's double check the state has not ended. So we are in a state. If our state is currently uninterruptible, we need to do something. Else, just continue. Yeah, I think a lot of this is about to go away. These have handled everything that should happen if our state has ended. There's gonna need to be more here, I think. Need an else. Pretty sure. Okay, we're in the middle of a state. Is my state uninterruptible? If yes, if the queued state is not a priority, go ahead and queue up the new value. If value is a priority, wait. So if I'm in the middle of dying and something says run, what should happen? So my current state is uninterruptible. New value is a priority. What about if I'm currently in a jump state? I've been told I need to run after the jump. Or better yet, let's talk about spawn, since that's where the current problem is. So I'm currently spawning. I'm told run, but I've already been told die. What happens? So spawn is uninterruptible. Run is a priority. So death is prevented in this case. Hold on. Run 2 needs a change. Okay. So if the state is death, or I have a queued state that is death. Actually, I can shorten this a little bit. If that in okay. So if either my state or my queued state are death, then I'm not allowed to run anywhere. Cool. And I probably should protect that here as well. And maybe I want the set state to return a bool. That's not a bad idea. I'll figure out the return types afterward. If value is priority and they not equal to state death. Okay, so we're not dying. Because if our queued state is death, sorry, we are spoken for. You don't get to do anything. I think here I want to return true. Okay. Because so the return is saying I have either set the value or I've queued it. That works. Now, so if I haven't queued the value in this situation, I need to return false. Oh man, this whole if tree is making me bug-eyed. So for state has ended, I do all the necessary updates, and I'm left with some value that I do need to set. Okay. And so my brain doesn't explode. Comment this out because I keep trying to think about this section. Why can't I comment? Oh, there. Find it. Okay. Now, I'm currently in a state. But my current state is interruptible. What happened? I'm allowed to interrupt my current state. If so, let's say I have a queued state. If it is a priority, I need to do something. If we are in a priority state, the queued state is a priority, pretty sure I'm going to need this pattern. Almost positive. Let me check it. So, have a queued state is a priority. So I've got something like run. Would I even get to that? I'll handle it just in case. So I'm allowed to interrupt my current thing. And the queued state is a priority. What if my new state is a priority? Using myself with all these conditions. Do this again. Middle of a state that we're allowed to interrupt. Have a queued state that is a priority. Hold on. Let me do the else case for this because that's simpler. Here, all I care about is BQ, whatever there. If could you make functions for those ifs with calls to specific named functions that describe what each is supposed to do so that it might be more easy to understand? I could. I'm not sure that it would really help that much. Especially because it's like one line here. The way you typically want to handle that is just put comments. If enemy needs to die, do that. Else, if value in priority states and nothing else. There we go. If new state is priority, ignore the queue. If the queued state is a priority, cycle it in and queue the new value. Let's call that state. Then ignore non-priority to states. Okay, now we are in the middle of a state. If current state to finish, what are we doing? if current state needs to finish, queue to state based on priority. Death more important than priority. More important than other. Okay. And I should put a comment up here about what the return does. Sets for queues the new state as appropriate and returns appropriate. Returns true if the state could be set for queued, otherwise returns. Actually, say not return. Okay. Okay. That's all the queuing stuff. Current state needs to finish base priority. Here, current state does not need to finish. I'm going to interrupt if I can maybe simplify some of these conditions by creating a get priority function. Is that worth it? Yeah, all that's really going to eliminate is this. So anywhere that shows up. Yep. So it's only going to show up in 2 spots, I think. 3. Because I need 1 more, I think. So, we're okay with interrupting. Haven't been told to die yet. Wait, all the queuing stuff's done. I need to be down here. We're allowed to interrupt if queued state is a priority. I guess first. Yeah. The other thing to note about trying to put these into functions Most of these have slightly different behavior, so figuring out an efficient way to put them into figuring out a way to put them into functions is not trivial. Because either you end up with overly complex functions that don't actually simplify the understanding, or you end up with just a separate function for each one of these. And that's why I say comments are usually the better way to go about doing that. State, interrupt it. If I'm allowed to interrupt it, should I just be doing this behavior? Allowed to interrupt it, should I just pretend that the state has... Yes, that simplifies things. If state has ended, or self.state not in uninterruptible state. So if we're allowed to interrupt the state, just pretend the state's over. Awesome. Now, if we're in the middle of a state, this would be we're in the middle of a state and it's uninterruptible. That goes away. You already know for sure that we are uninterruptible. That's unnecessary. Beautiful. I love it when these simplify. So we need to queue on priority if queued state is death, then return false. Sorry, you're not allowed to queue. If the new value is a priority, great, queue it, turn true, we successfully queued. Or if the queued state is not a priority, queue the new one, turn true, awesome. All right, so what situation are we in if we progress past this point? We are in a situation where either the state has ended or the state is allowed to be interrupted. So we're allowed to change state. Okay. Are we okay with it? So I've handled the queue shuffling. That's all done. Check to see if the thing I want to set is I just had a stray thought pop in of, because of how I'm shuffling the cues, could I hit a situation where a cued state is hit prematurely? Yes. So if I've said leave something queued, I come in with a new state. It's not a priority, but the queued state is a priority. Queued state will hit early. But it only matters if nope, we're good. We're good. Pretty sure all code paths do return. There's no returns there, meaning we will progress past this block. Okay. Have a return there. Sure. There's a return that doesn't have value. Oh. Here. That's why. Beautiful. Okay. Are we good to have done the queue shuffle, if necessary? I might want to do a check up here for if the states are the same. What do I want to do if the states are the same? So we'll run 2 tests, or 3 tests through this scenario. 1, if both states are death, what happens? Okay. So, and we have to run through both the state has ended and the state has not ended. Or we're allowed to do whatever the next state is. Basically what. If the queued state is death, then value is death, DQ, done. If value is death, that means it is in priority states. We DQ, nothing else. Okay, so state as ended is done. So now we are in the uninterruptible state. gotten a new value in. It is death. So if we're trying to set death, and we've already queued death, what happens? Ah! This code is morbid. You're not wrong. So, so anyone from one of my previous workplaces is going to know exactly who I am with this story I'm about to tell. So, within the context of older programming, like older software, the terminology was typically a little different for when you wanted to do garbage collection. Garbage collection being an object is no longer needed, you need to get rid of it. In the context of Godot, we have things like queue free, which is queue it up to free the memory. Okay. The reason that term is used is to replace an older term, which was kill. Okay. Which in the context of programming, killing just means the thing goes away. It's not meant to be a morbid thing. However, and don't worry, previous employer that this story comes from, I am going to make sure your name is left out of it. I've worked with many medical device companies, so you are sufficiently anonymous. Please do not panic. I worked not on a product, but tangentially with a product that kept track of patients. Okay. So, and there's a few more details in there that I have to leave out, but let's say the way this sounded was even worse than the story you're about to hear. Okay. So, let's say you need to discharge a patient from a hospital. Okay, well, in the code, the way that looks is it doesn't say delete patient or discharge patient. No. Like there's a patient object in the application, and the code says patient.kill. So, now that's internal code. The customer's not supposed to see that, which makes perfect sense. Like you have nice error reports that say things like, you should have nice error reports for things like the patient could not be discharged because blah, blah, blah. However, there was a bug. And when this bug was hit, there was no like generic error handling. So the nurses in this poor hospital got to see the stack trace, which said, error, unable to execute patient.kill. So of course, the nurses, not being programmers, are going, what? And they start screaming to like hospital administrators and stuff. And of course, hospital administrators typically have at least some technical knowledge, so they would have known this isn't a big deal. But at the same time, they have nurses screaming at them. So They came to our company and said, guys, you can't be showing this to our nurses. Oh, that was a wild one. I wish I could give you more specifics because the specifics are even worse than what I just said. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'm gonna just, no, I shouldn't. Oh, is it safe to say this? No, it might give things away. It might give things away. Because there might be someone out there that actually knows this story from the customer side, and if I give any more than that, they're like, plausible deniability could go out the window. So sorry guys, I cannot tell you more specifics. Just know that, oh boy. And I want to reiterate for anyone listening, patients were not being killed. This was just part of standard programming practices when you're handling objects in an object-oriented language. Especially with older languages that don't do automatic garbage collection, this was normal naming conventions. I cannot stress that enough. This was 100% normal. Everyone was overreacting, but from a producer of a product talking with a customer, you're not going to be able to smooth that over. Like it, man, but that, whew, those nurses. God, I want to tell you guys the details so bad. But, oh well. Just use your imaginations about all the different ways what I just said could be made even worse in the eyes of the nurses. And the answer is probably yes. Alright, what were we doing? Alright, my morbid code. Oh. Oh. And if you're out there, coworker I have in mind specifically, who we laughed about this story, hey man, it was a fun ride over there. All right. The thing, oh right, I was in the middle of testing if they're the same state. What I wanted to check here is if the new state is death, and the queued state is also death. I think the answer here is do this. I'm gonna comment it out after I write it because I want to test the other states first, but to fix that state, if value is equal to self.queued state, self.queued state is me state dot. Okay. So if the thing I have queued and the new thing are the same, go ahead and just empty the queue because we're getting there anyway. Okay, so now for the non-death states, if both are a priority, what happens? State has ended, we're allowed to go into the new state. If so, the value is a priority, go ahead. Yeah, so neither of them are death, just priorities. Value is a priority. Empty the queue. Done. Okay, now we are uninterruptible. Now both are a priority. Okay, value is a priority. So we queue it. We're good. Okay. Now, really, this condition, I think, is only going to show up in here. Let me double check the priority state there, because I think it's only going to show up if both states are death. Okay, so non-priority states, what happens? We're ready for the new state. No. 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 Just in the ultimate else state. None. Cool. Then, not in priority, or that not in priority. Do it. Turn true. Okay. So the only instance that matters is double death. Down here in double death, what happened? All that I really care about there is I don't really want to return false in the case of double death. Double death up here. Handled perfectly. Does doing this simplify my logic at all? So in any case, this I'd have to be checking. Every single state change, that has to be checked. And I will probably move this big chunk of condition out. but there are returns, so I can't do. Whoop! Actually, I do have a way of moving that in there. That could be a little interesting. Okay, I'll think on that. Because I would like to move this giant chunk of conditions into its own function just to clean up set state. So double death state, does it simplify anything? Here, no. Here, does it simplify anything? No. Right, this is the double death state. So it'll fix that. Otherwise, I'd have to put a special condition in here. So it does simplify that. But that's only one branch of it. Now, what about double priority? Does it simplify anything? Value and priority. No simplification there. Both priority. No simplification there. Okay, 2 non-priorities. Non-priorities. Nope. Okay. So putting it here is going to increase computation time. Okay. So I just need to handle the double death state down here, and we're done. Is there a way I can nest it in here that would be simple? I could do something like, if value is death, yeah, do that. that still. Seems weird that I need that. But I don't need it here. I'm gonna put it there anyway, if only for Huh. Wait. Something. Get rid of it now? No. How about now? That's why. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. Let's do it this way. I like that syntax better. It feels more right. Know what I mean? Does it feel? No. I've actually gotten used to that syntax now. Interesting. Because that's not a syntax in basically any language I've ever used before. But formatting wise, it actually is kind of nice because every line I can make as a separate part of my condition. Like, here's the list of conditions that will satisfy this. So we execute this block. I like that. Okay. And the double death state has been fixed. Now, it reminds you of Python. That makes sense because the syntax is based on Python to my recollection. It was designed to be very similar to Python. However, I think GDScript is a lot nicer than Python. So now if I want to take this giant chunk and squeeze it into a function, how am I going to do that? So the function will have to have a return type of, like, it'll have to return some value of this enum so I can set the value. Then I need to also communicate out this return type. So what I could... Nope, that doesn't work. Doesn't work. Because I have essentially 3 different return types. I have one return that says continue. I have another return that says don't continue, but we're happy. And I have a third that says don't continue, but we're unhappy. Could I extract this part? Yes. Yes, I can. Okay. So I can simplify this a bit by pulling these out into separate functions. What are they going to be called? So there is... I'm in a situation where I can immediately use the next. And I have a situation where I can't use the next. Handle DQ. Then there is handle Q. Okay. What are these actually going to return? This guy returns a float. And this guy returns a float. No. Because I'm not assigning value anywhere. So it just needs to return bool. So we're handling... Is DQ a word? Help if I spelled right. Yes. So there's handle DQ and handle Q update. Okay. So this is going to be, can we update is what this is going to tell us. Thing coming in is going to be value. The float. Dairy Queen? Indeed! Okay. Value. Wrong DQ? I don't know what you're talking about. this whole chunk we put in here. And the final step you know what? I'm changing something. Having to put self everywhere is a pain. So, new convention that I'm deciding on right now. Anywhere that I'm using a private variable, I don't need to specify self, because it's implicit. Please ignore the fact that there are 54 occurrences of... Oh. In the case of Publix, it makes sense to say, hey, you're coming from here. Also, local variables could have a name like this, but for private variables, it tells me absolutely. Oh, whoops. Got a little trigger happy on that one. So the fact that I'm doing this, I should probably come up with a better naming convention for my enums. Not the least of which is because it highlights it in green for me. Nope. Okay, we're good. Beautiful. Okay. We do a whole bunch of manipulations. And then finally return the value. Okay. Just for encapsulating that. Awesome. Handle current state and queue if state is ready to change. Handle queue if state is not ready to. Turn true only if queue could not be. But no, wait. Turn false. I'll just. There we go. Okay. Okay. This class is so long. I desperately wish there were partial classes. Have they ever talked about partial classes? Scripting does not fully support partial classes. C# is allowed to have files with the class name folder. And it's not been fixed. So, still needs work. The other day you asked me about C# having more features than GDScript in the context of working with Godot. Clearly, my answer was only partially correct. There are some C# features that you don't get access to. It is a bug, but I wouldn't recommend going against partial naming. Follow it, you won't error. All right. Scripting does not fully support partial classes. It is allowed to have files that same class name folders forming partial classes. However, in Godot C# the following error occurs. It cannot instantly because the associated class found. Make sure the script exists and contains class definition matches the file name exactly. Use. Create a folder named domain, and within the folder, create a file named content. Add a 3D node. CS script. Click to open writer. Folder named. In the folder, create a file named main. Meaning Godot won't recognize some of the libraries. It's not just libraries. It's actual just default C# syntax is not fully supported. Because C#, it sounds like isn't really being used like C#. It's being used as a scripting language. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Because of course C# is a compiled language. Slash partial class is expected template. Creating new scripts and then Godot should find the corresponding file and class when searching for scripts, i.e. when file name and class name do not match, such as file name design, class name. Not instantiate script because the class found but I wouldn't recommend going against partial naming convention, and if you follow it, you have this error. What example? Name the folder to _domain. Fixes this? Maybe like a wrapper? No. Maybe? We're getting into a side of languages that I don't really know much about, so... Is C# for Godot really C#? Reasons not to use C#. Software developers start to play with Godot. I've decided to use C#. The fact that GDScript syntax seems simpler and that most learning resources are in GDScript doesn't seem like a compelling reason to translating one language to another is fairly straightforward. Are there any reasons why I should consider using G? If you already know C#, then it's a perfectly valid choice. Lack of HTML support. Want to participate in game jams? Just make smaller free projects. Probably want to make it play in browser. Going straight to Steam or phone, then C# is a valid choice. Unity and being a programmer anyway. Strong feelings either way. Okay, so you cannot output to HTML5 if you're using C#. Good to know. That's kind of a big one for Godot. I think that GDScript excels for highly coupled scene-specific scripts, like if you need a script to dictate the flow of an AI, state of a quest, or the sequence of a cutscene. C# would be for anything that is used more than once. GDScript plays really nice with the node system, and that in turn lends highly toward composition if you want. Of course, at that point, it's irrelevant if you write any single component in GDScript or Sharp, the just nice that. Now what most in Godot 4, still using Godot 3.5 for my game jam entries so that I can use C#. Being said, 5 is still very good, even for 3D. Recently rewrote everything in that reason. It really led to a better structured code base and a better development overall. As mostly, it's why it's important to read and keep up to date with the official documentation. I just used GDScript because I felt I should try Godot on the grounds that the devs wanted me to initially. Seemed honest, I guess. As if not liking it while using C# was kind of a Could use milk, but I used water kind of situation. Only real downside I've found is many tutorials are written in GDScript, so you got to translate. GDScript because I don't know how to write code. Know enough about programming in general that I could probably write even in C++ without problem per se, but I use exclusively GDScript because it allows me to iterate very fast. Thus I'm always making progress. Use another when I need the performance, but so far I haven't. Completely subjective. Personally, I'm faster in G. Bottom line, use what is comfortable, don't think too hard, just make games. GDScript iterates faster, C# has more extensive library. Okay, so the answer seems to be you're going to have an easier time with GDScript in general because it jives really well with the way Godot is built and how it's designed to work, which makes sense. GDScript was made for Godot. However, you're going to be missing out on a whole bunch of C# libraries that might have useful stuff for you. Now, for probably 99% of games, you don't need C# libraries. Almost certainly. Now, if there are specific instances where you need it, they can be really, really nice. Anyone who says, I don't see any reason not to do something, that's someone who hasn't properly thought through it. I know common perception is working with GDScript is easy and fast, but that's not my experience. Just to name a few, IntelliSense just doesn't work most of the time. You end up spitting through documentation, looking for function signatures, which any other IDE would just give to you. Often ending up in errors you'll only discover in runtime. Debugger fails often. GDScript, I mean, this is the #1 tool for any development environment, and you should be able to trust on it just working. I've had no issues with the debugger. Even apart from extreme wide variety of tools and libraries, you get using Sharp, the language itself just features. Other languages allow you to write cleaner, shorter, and more secure code. There's some syntactical flair that I would agree with this on, but as far as enabling you to write more secure code, I don't agree. Cleaner and shorter, okay. Honestly, I haven't run into too many that I'm like, oh, I need this feature. Honestly, anything beyond tutorial level code quickly becomes unmanageable and slows down the workflow extremely because I spend so much time on stuff any other IDE take care of. The thing I like the most is I can use Writer or Visual Studio. Okay. So this, if you are doing personal projects, is free. What language is he referring to when he says more secure? He's talking about writing in C#, saying that it's more secure. But like I said, I disagree. And when he says secure, I don't believe he's talking about like protection from hackers. What he's talking about here is protecting from errors, which, if you know what you're doing, the syntax is not going to help you make your code more secure. That's just not how that works. Now, tools like ReSharper or using Writer IDE, that would help you with code security. But just the syntax stability is another way of putting that, I believe. But they are very much analogous terms in this context. Let's see, but honestly, if you spend more than a few hours a month coding your game, I don't see how paying $15 per month for a writer license can't be an option. It's pretty much plug and play. I'd used Visual Studio Code previously, and that took a bit more work. Definitely recommend a writer. I use Vim. Okay, your opinion is now invalid. And it's really easy because of the built-in language server hosted by the game engine. Yeah, nope. Any developer who works exclusively in Vim, you should write off immediately. Vim is like slightly better. Vim is slightly better than working in Notepad. Here is what Vim looks like. First, you run it in terminal. Yeah. And my understanding is there's a newer version of Vim that maybe has a UI, but yeah. Vim is what programmers use when they want to feel like super elite programmer. I don't know why that accent makes me feels like it should go with that, but it that's what I felt. It doesn't work as its own separate IDE. It's not an IDE. Vim is a text editor. Yeah. It's for modifying files, just their text. There's no IDE. I will double check. As far as I know, there's no such thing as a Vim IDE. Possibly use Vim as an IDE. Oh my god. Some folks have. Oh god. I remember the computer hacker from 007 saying I'm invisible in a similar accent. Yeah. Vim is part of a CLI-based IDE called Linux. You can definitely integrate testing, formatting, and documentation using all this stuff. Okay, so it sounds like modern Vim. That was just... I have water. That was just me dying from reading that Linux is an IDE. Linux, as far as I know, is not an IDE. Yeah, no. That is a wild statement. It's an operating system, guys. Not an IDE. You can set up your terminal environment as an IDE. You know, I know Linux is an OS. I just wanted to double check that there's not something weird with Linux where it's kind of both. But no. So let me just explain what's going on here. Linux is an operating system. You can set up terminal to behave like an IDE, and you can add features to it and to Vim to turn your terminal into a makeshift IDE. Or, now just hear me out. Hear me out here. Or, instead of all that, you just download an IDE. Hi guys. How did he get 35 upvotes? God knows. This is Reddit. You don't come here for like definitive answers. You come here to get random opinions. Also, CLI based IDE called Linux. There is so much wrong with this statement. Vim? So... Ooh. Oh yeah, no, like I said, Reddit is here for you to just get random opinions from people. Holy cow. But the short of it, Vim is not an IDE. Stop pretending it is. And anyone who says, I only use Vim to develop, they're not a serious programmer. Like, they are someone who likes to appear elite. C# is by far my favorite modern programming language. It's being rapidly iterated on and can be used in many applications. Okay, that doesn't really talk about the specifics of Godot. Where I said GDScript is beginner friendly. I just want your C# opinion, pretty please. I have multiple projects to give GDScript a chance in case I was missing something with everyone saying how awesome it is. In my opinion, GDScript is a silly gimmick for an engine that prides itself on only including what's necessary. Useful for the occasional quick UI script, but honestly that's more because of Godot workflow implementation than GDScript itself being useful. Other than dollar notation, there's many things you can do. You can't do with GDScript, but nothing the other. Examples! Anyone can say this. Because it feels like a gimmick yet. That you're having lack of examples just kills your comment for me. I still can't see many projects being finished using 100% the in-game editor. I'm sure, but for the most part it's going to get so confusing to work with over time. My project is waving its hand over here. Ease of use for following a few tutorials. The complement to C#, it's fairly good. Like Unreal's blueprints, I don't think it should be a focus to actually do game development in. Option if you're determined, but overall they mean it be a tool to use alongside actual. This is getting off into a weird thread that just doesn't address the core question. Already does. So the one thing that I strayed away from C# on, well, the first thing is within the Godot IDE, you don't get IntelliSense or autocomplete. Hello, Desist Dawdling. Last time you were working on 3D sprite export, what kind of game are you making? Oh, I'm in a bad state, so if I try to run this, it's not going to look pretty. Action RPG, but no story, no dialogue, just go out, fight, level up. That's the elevator pitch. Unlock new classes, unlock new attacks, get stronger. There you go. Stack exchange would be really brutal with not giving votes. So, how to edit clean files in VS Code. How to get VS Code working nicely with Godot. Ah. Okay, so to work with other editors, you set them as your external editor. I don't think I like that. Like, I already have enough tools to juggle. Pretty sure VS Code has Godot C# add-on to help with IntelliSense. That's also why I prefer GDScript though. What are you trying to do? We were just talking about the reasons to or not to use C# for game dev with Godot. And yes, we talked about the fact that there's ways to configure Visual Studio Code to work with Godot and get IntelliSense and all that stuff. But you're not getting full-featured C#, first of all. Second, you're having to manage a bunch of separate tools, their integrations, all that fun stuff, and I'm not convinced that you gain much. Like, there's a few things where I've been, like, not able to navigate to a declaration. Okay? A lot of that, it might save me 5 seconds here, 10 seconds there. But that happens maybe once a day. Maybe. Well, let's be generous. Let's say 10 seconds is what I'm saving every time that happens. Let's say. Okay, 10 seconds a day. That's 5 days a week. That's 52 weeks a year. Okay. So over the course of a year, that saves me 43 minutes. Honestly, they're working on version 8 implementation right now. You mean C# 8? Wait until they have that done. Or are you talking about like a version 8 implementation for Godot? Really, that's a good question. What is the current C# version? Never mind. Yeah, you're talking about the implementation. Don't worry about the number. The point is we're talking about the implementation with Godot. And my answer is simple. If you don't need C# libraries, you're probably better off using Godot or GDScript. If you're willing to spring for something like Rider IDE, then that can be worthwhile. Actually, that that price has gone down. Yeah, if I had known about integrating Godot with this when I started, this would have probably been worthwhile. And I probably should have written everything in C#. Probably. But with how far along things are, do they ever change the compiler version? Yes. Every new version of Godot potentially has compiler changes. Yep. Oh, never mind. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, no. Guessing I'd probably need the one for organization. Can I please get clear indication of do I need individual or organization? Excuse me. Writer IDE, do I need individual or organization licenses? No. So it's still on a per user basis. Personal licenses are not purchased, refunded, or in any way financed by companies. business. So individual subscription is only for private individuals. So as an LLC, I could probably get that price. Okay. Yep. So the answer is I would probably need to pay the higher price. Let's get back to work. Okay, state handling is done up there. So, a state is ending. What's happening? If we don't have a queued state, there's no queued state, do that. Oh, whoops. So we have finished spawning. Jumping. We've finished death. So we've finished our spawn state. We're trying to set the chase state. But let's pretend something's already queued. If the current thing queued was jump, that should be fine. If the current thing queued was death, behaves fine. But do I want the teleport check to be restarted? No. So I can also just wrap this whole thing that condition. Hold on. What I'm trying to get to is a point where I can just, at the very end of this, say self.state is equal to queued state. Trying to get to that spot. Finishing spawn. This whole workflow's got to change. This was a bigger task than I had planned on today. Actually, if there's any queued state, I don't want to go to base. Okay. Jump ends. I need to re-enable collision. Now, double check how run and die work. Gross. Okay. This is dangerous right now. Because if after a jump I need to go into run, this will break things. I could do something a little awkward here, where if I've queued the run or death states, all them. That's an option. That's such a pain, though. Okay. After spawning, do whatever is queued if I have that. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. What if I change this for not equal to 1? This might be able to go outside. Okay. Good. The only one that's special at this point is death. Pretty sure. Let me get this back into the state it was in before. So I think one thing I want to do, just so this is super protected now, if state is death, do the death thing. Okay. Now, if we are not dying, some state has ended. Ooh. Did you write a game design document or going it raw? Does this answer your question? And does this answer your question? The answer is Jesus. Yeah, so I have design notes sitting around for documenting conventions mostly. Best response ever. Hey there, Desist. How's it going? And then this is for just documenting my tasks. This is my design document. This lists out everything in the game. So I should also show you one other thing. And this is the one that might break you. Oh, buddy. Have you seen the project tracker that uses a card decal design? I don't know what a decal is. See if I can get so the combination of that text document plus my cards over in Trello plus my my commit messages is my design document. For whatever reason, GitHub doesn't like letting you just see your commit messages. Where's a good one? Ah, here's gonna be a good one. So this is the other part of my design document. Most of my commit messages have this level of detail. So every single change to my code has explanations of what happened and why. Or if a why is relevant, it's listed. Oh, deck. Card deck design. No. But so combination of the three is my design document. If I were working on a team, I would have a formal design document. But working on my own, this is sufficient for anyone joining the project to get up to speed, and then we would start creating a formal document. I keep getting distracted. Okay. I just want to see this image. Functionally, this is identical. I do like the concept of your hand. I really like that. Fun to be distracted sometimes. Yeah. I have ADHD, should be quiet when watching devs. Dude, do not worry about it. If I want to not be distracted, I just will say, that's cool, back to work. I have done that many, many times. Do you actually need these messages? It seems to me like recording your kid's first school dance. You're never gonna watch that in a million years. Untrue. If you are working in a team, you absolutely should be documenting your changes to that level. It serves two major purposes. One, someone who is not you trying to get up to speed needs that information absolutely. Two, if you're working on a team, you should be conducting code reviews. And if you don't document to that level, the person reviewing your code, you either need to give them a separate spiel about what changed so they can review your code, or you just include it in the commit message. So when working with someone else, that's the basics there. For me, it's just part of my development practice. So one, I may eventually have a team. There's actually a time frame in the like 5 to 10 year realm that if this game is successful, I want to be able to hand it off to a team to provide support while I move on to other stuff. Also, I forget stuff. I cannot tell you how many times I've looked at my own code from 6 months ago and said, why did I write that? And the only way I can answer myself is going back to the commit where it changed and go, oh, thank you, me from 6 months ago for explaining why you wrote it this way. Now I know how I need to change it without breaking the original intention. How about an hour ago? Oh, wait, what did I do? That also happens, but I think the more sound argument is the 6 month time frame, because it, like, when you've been developing even for a month, what you did a month ago is not present in your mind, and you may need a refresher. 6 months ago, if you still remember that stuff, you are a god of memory. And it doesn't take that long to write those messages. You'll see me do something very commonly, and I'll show you this in Gitkraken. And I think this is... what I'm going to show you is generally a bad practice for team development. Shouldn't say that. No, I think I am okay calling this just good practice in general. Here. What you've seen me do many times, and I don't have an example of that right now, where I'll make a branch and call it something like, here I had branch dirty attacks. You're the character from Psych. Exactly. No, if you've got that kind of memory, like, good on you, but that's not most people. So I'll create a branch called dirty whatever. And what this is I've made changes. I just want to get it merged so that it's protected. And I put it on this dirty branch, meaning anyone who reads this should know the code in here is not safe. It's not guaranteed to work. It's not guaranteed to merge with anything. It may have garbage code in there that is just temporary. Ignore this branch. And there won't be any commit messages on these. Often I'll have commits that just have a single word with a number saying dirty 1, dirty 2, dirty 3. Until I'm ready to say, okay, here's a package of code that does work. I'm ready to put it onto either a feature branch that's good or merge it into main or master, whatever you want to call your main branch. So for intermediate steps, it's fine to not document super rigorously, but the moment you're ready to submit for review or ready to merge into main, it's important to document this stuff. And this commit message took me 20 minutes, maybe. And I do this for all my changes. Some of them are smaller, and I try to keep things smaller, but because I'm building everything from scratch, it's really hard to not have things boil over. And like this commit, I was very bad that I basically merged 2 features at once, and so that's why this one's so long. But yeah, no, you should 100% be documenting to this level. And you will find in a lot of environments professional programmers that don't do anything even close to this. I've worked with programmers that will literally not even write the name of the feature they're working on. They'll just put something like, so this one here, this whole commit message, I've seen developers that would put added slime golem charge. What? Well, you didn't tell me that you created a GPU particle emitter. You didn't tell me that you were also creating a separate feature called afterimage. And so when I'm looking at my commit history, I don't want to have to go into each one of these files and refigure out what the heck I did. Especially if I'm looking at something that's broken and I need to figure out, okay, where did it break? When was it working? Why was it working before? Well, if I don't have documentation as to what I did with some sort of intentionality, there's no way of me knowing, did I do it on purpose or was it an accident? Because if I did it on purpose, I need to figure out what that purpose is before I nuke it. Because I might go in and fix the problem and then break another feature from back in the day. Now this is actually one of my big passions in anywhere I've worked, is getting developers to document their changes at this level, because it saves hours and hours and hours of time later. Especially because I've worked in testing exclusively in my professional career prior to making my own company. And so many times I've been asked, okay, do a root cause analysis. Okay. Well, part of a root cause analysis is I need to go into the source code from developers that I've never seen their code. Maybe I don't even know the language they're working in. Right? I've had many times where prior to learning Python, I was asked, can you do a root cause analysis on this Python code base? Okay. I mean, it's part of my duties. I can't say no. Like, that's my job. So now I'm trying to parse through someone's code base that I've never seen how they code. I've never seen their code base in a language I don't understand. How am I supposed to have any frame of reference if I don't have comments? And that same thing can happen with your own code if you're not on a team. You've worked on something 6 months ago in an area of the code that you haven't touched since then, and you need to go do something with it now and something broke. Okay, well, maybe your design patterns have changed. If you're a good developer, your design patterns and workflows should be changing constantly. Because if your design approach to things is not changing and improving, you're stagnating. And that's unacceptable for a developer in my mind. Never let yourself stagnate on anything. You should be constantly improving at like all times. And part of that is why you'll see me go back and do big refactors. On over there. Something's... These icons are wrong, it looks like. Oh, that was just... Sorry. That was just telling me what branches have this commit over here. Okay. I forgot what the, like, transparent version meant. Anyway. So, there's my soapbox for the day on commit messages. It is not like recording a child's dance recital. Not even close to this. As far as an issue tracking piece of software, this Codex.io, this looks really nice for the majority of teams I've worked on. In my case, I don't need some of these features, like your hand. Well, my hand is the whole board. But if I were working on a team, being able to see each person's hand at a glance, that's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I've had more for teamwork. It's still pretty cool. In Jira, the way we've replicated this is by having swim lanes. But swim lanes, sometimes you want to use those for something else. For example, maybe I want one swim lane for development tasks, and maybe I want another swim lane for testing tasks. I've had project managers that wanted to do that. Okay, well, if we do that, I don't have a click and see what tasks are assigned. Like, I don't have this your hand view, which I think is very, very cool. Now this doesn't have a concept of status and swim lane. So what I like to have is my status is vertically. So like to do, working, ready for review, stuff like that. And then horizontally, I would like to see things like what the type of item is. If it's for testing framework support, just throw a term out there. If you don't know what that means, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Or you might have, let's say you're supporting different products. You might want a horizontal lane for each of the different products you support. That's an extremely common use case for that. In which case, all you're going to see is a tiny picture that represents the person. Some places that can be fine, but this whole idea of a your hand I really like. I just wish I could get both of those view components here with the your hand separately. The other factor that I'm loving about this UI is it's simple. It's clean. I don't have a billion options. Wonderful, guys. Absolutely wonderful. Jira's biggest problem is it's ridiculously customizable, but also cuts you off at the knees in random places. If they could make this a table view down here, I think it would be perfect. The other problem with Jira is the way organizations like to control it. You're still looking at Codex, by the way? Yeah, I was explaining my thoughts on Codex. Sorry if I bored you, chat. I'll get back to work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If we need to die, go ahead and do it. Are you talking about Jira and saying down here? So I thought you were trying to show us Jira. No. I'm never going to try and show you Jira. Actually, I'll show you Jira very, very, very briefly. Because I don't want to hurt you. So here is the Jira version of that view. So that same view you just saw looks like this in Jira. Oh boy! Now, the one thing you could add here that is nice is the horizontal rows I talked about, but like, as a developer on the team, I don't need to see all these buttons. I don't need to see most of these buttons. I don't need to see most of these buttons. Stop showing me things that aren't relevant to me. And especially in Jira, as a developer, 90% of the options up here, I'm not allowed to click on anyway. It's not that it's not only that it's not relevant to me, I'm not even allowed to open it. So why is it there? Sorry. Trauma from past Jira jobs. Why are you like this? Okay, what are we doing? God, I got so off in the weeds today. Oh, I'm gonna have to remember to title today's video with discussing development practices. Discussing non-code development practices. Assist dawdling made me dawdle? You did. Okay. So. If we need to die, go die. Awesome. Once I heard a Christian song, Jira, and really mess with me. Because I was like, why did they keep singing about computer stuff? Well, Jira is not computer stuff. Jira's project tracking. I've used it for hardware projects. I've used it for general business projects, like just business initiatives that didn't have anything to do with anything software. But I understand your point. And you know, the best Jira ever is Gojira! Gojira, Gojira. Gojira, Gojira. Gojira. Seen it used for bug tracking mainly. Yeah, that's one use case, but that's a very, very, very narrow use case for what Jira is. It's meant for organization and project tracking. Okay. So if we need to die, just die, ignore anything else going on. Okay. Next. So if I was in the middle of something and I'm told go run, what do I want to have happen? So I've already finished all of my states I need. Like all of my external stuffs. I think the answer here is here. If compute state is not equal to, what was that, none? That pop. Then self.setState. And I want to mention, here is one of my pet peeves about GDScript. So it's a project management tool? Yes. Talking about Jira there. Pet peeve about GDScript that you would not run into this with C#. This has not been declared anywhere. And GDScript, because of the way it handles typing, is just going to let me do it. Don't like that. That's my one pet peeve. With, shouldn't say one pet peeve. It's probably my biggest pet peeve with GDScript. Okay. Got it. Oh, wait. Return. Don't do anything else. Okay. If we don't have a queued state, then handle this stuff. Yeah. Handle everything exactly as we did before. Gorgeous. Is there anything special I would want to do at the end of spawn if I have a queued state? For example, let's say I'm in the middle of spawning and I've tried to tell it go jump. What should happen? This doesn't work. This doesn't work. This is a problem. Just putting an error there so I know it doesn't work. Problem here is if I have a state that isn't run or death, then this stuff doesn't get set properly. So what I could do is if that in main.priority state. So now it's only doing that for special states. I think I'm okay with that. Because the way those are getting set, yeah, fine. Good to go there. So I've got functions that are doing a bunch of other stuff when they set that state. Actually, what I should probably do is refactor this. like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it. I'm not doing that. That's too much of a task, and it wouldn't actually gain me anything by doing that refactor with the run to and die functions. Yeah, I don't want to touch that. Not to mention there's already a bunch of complexity built into those, so no. I just need to be conscious of never setting those states directly. Like, I need them to only be set from those functions. Okay. So, special states, just go to the special state. Don't worry about anything else. For non-special state. Ooh, hold on. Oh. If queued state is enemy.state.none. If we are in the none state, then queue up the new state. This works. This definitely. Okay. Oh, this is glorious. Okay. So if we need to die, do it. If we have a special queued state, do that. Now. We have some behaviors that need to happen all the time. And we have states that only happen we have functionality that only happens if we don't have something queued. Excellent. So essentially what's happening here is I have, if something's queued, like something's been proactively chosen as the next state, leave it alone. If we haven't proactively set the next state, then go ahead and give it some default result of what just happened. And then the final step. Oh, we got it. Very final thing here is use whatever state is next. Beautiful. Let's see what broke. Because Lord knows we did not get this right on the first try. See? Not on the first try. Now this is extra annoying that the IDE isn't reporting this as invalid, but when executing, it says, hey, this key doesn't exist. Yeah, I know. Would be awesome if you had caught that earlier. Oh, ooh, 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 no, oh no, oh no. That one's fine. That one's fine. Okay. Okay. Is there a way I can put this into a setter so I can re-protect this the way I did before? Maybe? What's wrong with that? Oh, right. I removed the identifier. So this wants to set state self. Oh, right. The issue was this needs to be able to return true or false. And setters don't do that. Yeah. Yeah, I might have external stuff that needs to set my state. Oh, I do have external stuff that I know needs to set my state. Let me rethink something. So if I wanted to put this back into a setter, how would I do that? I'd have to set a public variable. Yeah, I have to set a public variable. Okay. Okay, other places that are going to have that. Definitely here. Probably in boss base. Oh. Here I just need. Okay. Good. And finally, well, I'm glad I opened the wrong file. Okay. That's something else I need to look for. Fine. Fine. That's correct. Not correct. Oh, wait, that's the declaration. What am I doing? Tap. That is valid to be done there and only there. Done. The refactor is done. Okay. Come on. He's working. He stopped working. Dang. Cat. Ignore that. Not an issue. Okay, so we got to the end of spawning and then just stopped. I missed my function. Oh, right, I've got this thing. I need to start using this more. Okay. I get another print. Did that error and print. Talk to me. Show me your state. Interesting. It's also not queuing up the charge. Very interesting. Oh. Ha. This is where I forgot something from earlier on. True. Now I think we should be okay. Interesting. Invalid access to property or tree on a base object. I would like to respectfully disagree. So we're trying to apply a queued state, which is 3. Try again. That not getting initialized? Huh. What? Invalid access to property or key on base object. Makes absolutely no sense. Because the key is clearly there. As free. Type of free. Type of... Okay, that should give me all the information that's possible to get on this. $23. Or, oh, type of free is cheap. Type of state is bubble types. Types. Types even? I just look up type of. Why is it a... That seems... came in here as 0 negative. Finishing the spawn state, and there's nothing cute happening. Nothing cute. That makes. Did I accidentally make state of? Maybe I did a math operation that made it. Value. Oh. I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm a dum dum. A dum 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 dum. Yeah, I converted them to floats. I'm so used to using floats for most things. The idea of using an int is just confusing. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, gimme. Oh, that's wonderful. You glorious golem, you. Okay. Up there. Double check what it's not happy about. Integer used when an enum value is expected. Ended. Cast the integer. Type. Okay. Well, there's another place where the IntelliSense and GD script just dies on me. That's a Godot thing. Okay. Grab the original. Okay. That is cleaned up. Next, also need to test time. I only need one of them. Okay, let's make sure Slime Boy is still behaving the way he's supposed. Okay, does he die correctly? Ah, does die correctly. And I guess probably do a test of the orchestrator. Wave. Show me. All that good stuff. This is actually a good test of something else that I just haven't tested. Oh, 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 it's glorious. Oh, it's glorious. It works exactly like I wanted it to. Bruh. Bruh. Okay. That's pretty cool, guys. We get rid of all those prints. Cool. Beautiful. Now, let's get that committed. It's safe to fast forward lane here. Why would you do that? I didn't need an auto stash. Should not have needed an auto stash, bro. Fly stash. Or an detached head, of course. Project. Oh boy. I was not ready for a stash. Really not ready for a stash. I don't think anything is broken. So, for reference, I should have gotten that onto my feature branch before doing anything else. That's what I should have done. But luckily nothing broke. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to test. Oh, right, I haven't done anything to fix the color yet. Do I want to try to pick that up right now? Do I care? No, I don't care. I've decided. Don't care. I like the idea of fixing it at the time, but eh. Sorry, just cleaning stuff up. Okay. If it's unchanged, why are you showing it? Arg. There we go. Fix slime size. Run. Eight. Status. How do you spell queuing? Feels wrong, but I also don't write the word queuing very much. Great. Created status thing. Allow certain states to complete. Find both uninterrupted and priority that. Let's do this. Find uninterruptible states that produce queuing. Defined priority states that override. Added specific handling depth as it must not be interrupted or be overridden. Don't need Playworld. Start back up here. What all happened here? Right. That's place. Like, here's a question. Is there some sort of syntax for having a return from a setter? Can a setter have a reach. I didn't think so, but I didn't think. Need to be careful not to set state. Enemy base, that's the same rework there. Here's same rework. The only one with any complexity is enemy base. Ah. Stop using self for private property. Update files as they need location. Doing means I should hit up enemy slime, slime golem, boss base. All the basics while I'm here. That's not. Nothing there. Boss base, enemy base. And finally, slime golem. Cool. That's gonna look much prettier. Oop. I do still like having self dot for public methods for the reasons I mentioned earlier. I think it does communicate something meaningful. Stash. Complete stash. Complete dirty attacks. Dirty attack. Huzzah! Our history is all cleaned up and it looks gorgeous, baby. Absolutely gorgeous. Curious, how often have I been pitching now? 3 days, 5 days, 1 day. Almost 3 weeks. And a day. Okay. But that 3 weeks is from squashing. It's not that there weren't intermediate steps, it's that it was a big feature. Oh, dum-dum, you're frozen again. Hold on. There we go. Sorry, guys. All right. We are set. Purged. Pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, what is... Oh, that's the tile map data. I've never actually looked at tile map data, and it makes perfect sense that it would be massive. All right. Back to our board. I'm gonna move that to obsolete, but I'm not gonna mark it done in case I change my mind. And this guy ended up being a thing. That one's obsolete. Oh, that I actually did do. And the answer was, it doesn't work. Okay, fix that. Let me go ahead and add a comment here. Implemented state queuing. So, state complete or okay. Well, that was supposed to be a quick 3-hour stream. That turned into 6 hours. So, enjoy your bonus content, everyone. Anywho. That, folks, is gonna do it for me today. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please check out my Ko-fi page, a link in the description. There, you can help support the channel. And if you do, you'll get access to some dev tools I made for you guys and roles in the Discord for requesting new stuff. Above all, though, y'all have a fantastic day. Take care, everyone.